I'm here. Hi, guys. uh, I hope the volume is okay. I've been having issues with OBS, and only just before I had to stream. No balls, you won't cry on command. I can cry on command. See, I don't want to put it too low because I really like the soundtrack for this game. Like, really like the soundtrack for this game. So, once I get started, I'll adjust the audio once again. But hi! Hi Jarvis, hi Sentient, crisis actor for hire. Thank you. uh, Anybody want to see a fugly girl cry? I can do that. If you need that on your set or at your party, you know, I can do parties. You can hire me. We'll negotiate a price. How's that? Can cry at literally anything. It takes nothing for me to cry. I used to never cry, and then I meant Sentient, and here I am. I cry every day. Not because of Sentient. Odin is with Sentient. I have peanut butter. No shot you bribe the dog with peanut butter. That's unfair. That's completely unfair. He'll come back to me eventually. When did I hit mute? How long have I been muted? I don't know when I was muted. My boob hit the button. I didn't realize I was resting my chest on my keyboard. So I wasn't muted. It said I was muted. I've been having trouble with OBS for the past 4 days. I can't hear Mad. What? What do you mean you can't hear me? Oh no! Am I still muted, guys? Tell me the truth, am I muted? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Oh, you motherfucker. Please. I'm at the end of my fucking rope and I'm going to snap, please. Yeah, so I was having trouble with OBS, and it was mainly trouble with the audio mixer. And I thought I figured it out, and then as soon as I got ready for stream, I did a test recording, and you could not hear my desktop at all. So I did it again, and you couldn't hear me, and I did it again, and I sounded really tinny, like tin canny, and then I did it again, and I thought I fixed it, and my voice was doubled. So here I am. Thank you guys for being here. I'm sorry it took so long. I've been wanting to play this game for so long. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I've been wanting to play the game, but I resigned myself to only playing it once the full game came out. Once the full release came out. I thought it would be like cheap to be like, oh, here, I'm gonna stream the demo and then get a stream again out of the full game. But I didn't realize that the creators really want people to play the demo and talk about it, and it's worth talking about. So I'm here. I'm here to play the demo, even though I told myself I was going to wait till the full game, because they're excited for people to play it, and I'm excited to play it. I'm here, and there's nothing on my schedule for the rest of the night or tomorrow other than streaming. I will be here streaming for you guys. First, slay the princess, which is my main goal, and then hopefully BBS, because I have a few quests to do on BBS that have to do with somebody that I've been waiting for a while, and then Hollow Knight, because I think I have resigned myself to actually putting effort in and not dying. Mad, you haven't gotten Geen yet? Shut the fuck up! I haven't gotten him! I have one pull left in the banner, and it's not going to be him, and I'm so angry. I got a Kisuke that I already had, who I don't even know if he was on the banner to begin with. I got a 5-star Kisuke, and I 5 out of 5'd him, which I didn't need. Sounds like a skill issue. Shut up! You're the one wasting your hours watching me, so, like, who's taking the L here? The L here. Me. I'm taking the L because I can't talk. It's been a day. It's gonna be a good week, I can feel it. But yeah, so I would definitely download the demo for this game, check it out, even after I play it. It's really cool. The art's awesome. The music's amazing. The voice acting's fantastic. The writing's good. So, I'm stalling. I'm scared. I'm stalling. Content warning. This is a horror game, and it is not intended for all audiences. Please visit our website, blacktabbygames.com, if you need a full list of content warnings. Slay the Princess contains flickering image effects. If this poses a health risk to you, you can turn off animations in the preferences. No, I'm my own health risk. I'll be fine. Also, this game is very well narrated and voice acted, so I really won't get to do all those dumb voices that I do for other games, which I'm kind of hype about. So I'll only have me, one person that I'm accountable for voice acting. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, guys. God, the music's so pretty. Alright, sounds good to me. Glad it does. Also, and I have this little cursor. Look at my little finger. My little finger. I guess I should check the controls. Accessibility menu. Shift A. Oh. Ah. Oh. Oh, wow. What? Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. So enter for choices. Space is when you have to advance without selecting anything. Arrow keys, escape for the game menu, control skips dialogue. I have to remember that, because I know there's a bunch of things that overlap. Ooh, or just tab. I'll do tab. S takes a screenshot. Wait, how many? Oh. Alright, I'm gonna stop dilly-dallying. I feel bad. Alright. In we go. No, 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 no. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Man, I really like that I don't have a choice in my task, you know? God, this is so pretty. Oh. All these options. All these options. End the world, what are you talking about? Have you considered maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Should I do these in order? Can't someone else do this? Big mood. Forget it, I'm not doing this. I don't have the balls to say that yet. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution. Yeah, the only correct way to off a monarch is defenestration. So I don't think we can do that if she's in a basement. Silently continue, turn around and leave. Should I do it backwards? Turn around and leave first? Should I keep the cursor? Is it cute? Little hand. No, I think I'll do those when I've given up all hope, you know? Okay. The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
I mean, people do kind of destroy the earth that they live on. When people didn't go outside for COVID, a lot of natural things like bodies of water and forests and animals thrived because humans weren't destroying everything. So, maybe the end of people in this game context isn't such a bad thing. I mean, if we're that close to the end of the world and the forest looks this beautiful and creepy, then maybe we're on a good path. But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? Good question. If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her. It's probably what I would normally say. Or, I don't think I'd be ready to kill a princess at all. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Good option. If you consider that maybe the only reason she's going to... Okay, so those are all. God, there's so many. Okay, I'm sold. Let's get this over with. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face. Oh, that's so sweet. I guess, I don't know, should I just explore? Keep exploring? I don't know, I kind of like this one. I'll explore a little more, why not? Why not? But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
You sound like my DM. Oh, so I can just ask these all in a row. Sweet. Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
I don't know, this kind of feels like a fever dream. I don't remember how I got here. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
If I keep asking you questions, will it stall?
Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
I mean... desperate times.
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
I can only see through specific lenses, primarily ones that are almost like -8 on both sides, so I don't think another lens will help me. It might actually skew how I see things. Thank you.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
I don't know why I should trust this disembodied voice in my head.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Oh.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Oh wait, do I have even more options now? No, I don't have even more options.
Does it?
Oh!
Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
I mean, depending on what kind of princess she is, she might actually be beneficial to the political, economic standing of the world. What did I say? did I say? There we go. Oh, none of it's me. Alright, cool. Can't someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case. But I don't make the rules.
Who does make the rules?
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
I think I'm the only one in this forest.
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Yeah, why not? Forget it. I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Says who? You're not my dad. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
Who has 2 thumbs with odd claws on them apparently and wants the world to end? This guy.
I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Why would you hire me if you didn't know what type of person I am? That's rough, buddy. Voice volume can only go this high. There we go. I'll do that. So then the voices are a little easier to hear. Alright. Well, all of that just to get back here. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her. And if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
You picked the wrong person to do this job, man.
Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
I feel like if he's so worried about his own hide and everybody else's, then he should probably be doing this.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Great. That doesn't look creepy.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Tell him, hero.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wow. The blasphemy. I have no other choices. Oh, look at the little feathers. I don't like that animation.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Actually, hold on. I don't think I need the little dude hand, because if I'm just going to be picking options, then you don't really need to see where my hand is, right? Goodbye, little dude hand. If I can find what source you're in. There you are. As much as the little dude hand is adorable, I'm not sure that you guys need to see it.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
If she's that dangerous, why couldn't they give me, like, a long sword? Or a gun? I wanted to talk to her. I don't want to stab her. God, I hate door animations.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, Slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
It's rustic. I don't go into your home and make fun of the way your home looks.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Yes.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Hero gets me. He does.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
You know, those are big words coming from somebody who has the voice of smooth butter. Hi! Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
My wife.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
That's actually a bad argument. This is the one thing I don't agree with you on, Hero.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
I can make a joke.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Can we... Hold on. Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Like, I just got here. She's so cute. Look at the eyes. This is what I was talking about with the puppy dog eyes. Oh. That's a good question. What have you been eating? I guess if I can ask multiple questions, then I'll be fine. What's your name?
Oh.
Hard question? I have those days too.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
That sounds like the name of a royal dog. There you go. The next logical question. So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
Aren't your shoulders cold?
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
There needs to be an option to name her. Please.
Okay, that's weird.
You're weird.
She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
I don't want to go back upstairs. I want to ask this next. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating? Or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
How are you alive?
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
That's not true. You could agree with her if she later down the line thinks that I'm dumb. I believe that would be common ground.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Right. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
For a guy that I only met a minute before I met this woman, I feel like you're on equal footing, bud. Ooh. I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently a threat to the world? Oh no, she's scared! Oh! Let's see for myself. It's all sure to believe. I'm starting to think it's true. There's something about you that doesn't feel right. I mean, kinda? Oh, there's weird background noises that I'm not a fan of. Let's try this one. Let's be amicable. Amicable? One of those words. One of those pronunciations. But I don't think you're actually dangerous.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Right.
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Listen, lady. Guy just started talking in my ear. I woke up in the middle of the woods. I don't even know if I have clothes on. The only possession I have to my name is apparently a knife that I had to find in the cabin with you. Deflect. I've been told enough. I was hoping you'd tell me. No, but I'm sure they have their reasons. Remain silent. What if I just come through and I'm silent the entire time? What are you going to do if I let you out of here? That's a weird question, but I'm gonna...
The princess hesitates before responding.
Is it that hard to think of a response? Go home? Get a shower? Eat? Go to bed?
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life.
Thank you for defending her hero.
She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
What I do doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
Are we building a repertoire between each other? We just met. This isn't about trust. This is strange.
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
Yeah.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
Wow, this one's mean. I'm gonna go with this one anyway. Okay, I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this.
You're only making this more difficult.
Listen, sir.
Thank you, and you won't. I promise.
Oh, she promised.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing.
Thank you, hero.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
Yeah, it's really awkward to defy somebody when they're narrating every step that you take.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Why would...
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Technically, you could probably make a chain that doesn't need a key. It just locks forever. Oh. Let's try this one. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Oh, thank you.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Well, the knife's up there too, so you just fucked yourself, buddy.
Is someone else here?
It's actually creepy. I'm gonna try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Motherfuck. Hey! Let me out of here.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence.
You sound pretty smug about that.
You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
What am I gonna slay her with? My bare fucking hands? Okay.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
If the blade's the only thing upstairs, then I wouldn't find a key. I could have at least gotten the blade and taken it back downstairs.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
It's victim
I
blaming.
heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
I can get on your shoulders and we can go for the window above you.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
The music stopped. The music stopped.
She
No!
barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
You know when you have like a splinter or an ingrown, and like you go in there maybe with like a needle or something, a sanitized needle, or like tweezers that have a pointy end, and sometimes you feel it going like it's too deep, and you just like you feel viscerally like you're not supposed to be doing that. This is so much worse. God, I thought you were hot. Please. I mean, it's kind of still hot, but...
It's the blade from upstairs.
What?
You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
The blade is actually the fourth character. It's alive. It's an enchanted holy blade. It could be an enchanted holy blade. Maybe the voice of the hero is actually the voice of the blade.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Look at how pointy it is. I'm gonna save the princess.
Fine.
Eat my ass, narrator.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
This is disgusting. I'm gonna turn the cursor back on. You guys have to see this. It's so cute. Boop, boop, boop. I think you guys can see it, right? Look, it's a tiny little hand with a blade. It has a blade on it. Look at it. Look at it.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Ma'am?
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
I feel like You could have cut right under the heel of your hand, and you would have been able to slip it off.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't.
Don't be smug.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
I love her again.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
We can tape the blade to your severed hand, and you can have one blade hand. I'm gonna approach the locked door, and not just because it's the only option given to me.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
This isn't about you.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
That's cheap as shit.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Right.
Watch me.
What are you, fucking taproot?
What are you doing?
My best? Oh, warn her. I wonder if any of these are different. No, warn her.
Stop that.
Look at the cute art.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
I'm trying to not.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
She's swift.
Stop it! Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
I'm glad I didn't click that. Resist.
The blade! Move the blade! As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
The way I was gripping that shit, I'm surprised she could take it from me.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
You can't just punch me in the head and knock me out for a bit?
She plunges it into your chest,
Okay.
tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
No.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
You're right, hero.
For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
I don't remember asking you.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I think somebody's angry.
I'm sorry, I'm
Oh
sorry,
my
I'm
God.
sorry.
I'm laughing like that wouldn't be me.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
No, she does not.
Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
I liked the way he said rivulets.
It can't just end like this, right?
I wouldn't mind that adorable face being the last thing I saw.
Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
She's so cute.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Damsel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Good. Oh. 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 Okay, no. I'm wise to your tricks. I can go down the line, right? I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Deja vu doesn't mean you've been there before. It means that you have a sense that you've been there before. Like your brain skips, kind of, and you process something and then revert to the minute or the second before you process it, and then you reprocess it, and you're like, oh, this is familiar, because your brain tricks itself into thinking that you've been there before, when in reality it's just a prior iteration in time that you have been looking at it. So, technically narrator. I flipped him off, you guys can't see.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Sure, it'll be our secret.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
First off, the name. Second off, the voice with the bravado. And third off, why is the word he capitalized? Like he's the word God in a religion textbook?
Our beloved?
I'm with Hero on this. You don't want to be too cringy.
Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
The four of us. Me, Smitty, Hero, and the princess. I guess we count as four, but she didn't sign up for this. We can't rope her into things.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Listen, I'm with Hero on this one. He's my buddy. He's my baby boy.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Please stop. This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Probably should have saved in the beginning. A? Oh, autosaves. Q. Quick saves. And this is an actual save. That makes sense. Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Oh, he's right! Oh, he's right! I don't like it.
You were the one who did us in, villain.
Shut up, Smitty.
Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her.
That.
Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake.
No lone princess is worth that price.
I didn't see any receipts or any factual documentation or any contracts that I signed with you saying that I had to do this. So,
I beg to differ.
okay, I agree with him.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything?
I didn't sound like that.
If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Making a dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. How does it feel?
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Woo! Like I was gonna say like an isekai, but it's not really like an isekai. It's like a specific isekai. Man, I love ReZero.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Oh. Like a parallel dimension? Where every choice that we make branches off into another timeline? That's my shit right there. Narrator, have you ever played Zero Escape?
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
Narrator, have you ever played Zero Escape? Where you find out that the bodies of you when you're dead just are there, dead in that timeline forever. Piling up like floppy Gary's Mod characters, just... It's rough, buddy.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
I guess we'll never know.
She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme.
Just let me do the talking, please.
Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Let's talk about this princess. Sentient said, I think Bleak Faith has that mechanic. Bleak Faith? Am I forgetting what Bleak Faith is? Oh, or your ragdoll corpse is still in the next run. I like that shit. It's, depending on how it's done, it could be really funny or really depressing. Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
Oh, Soul's like, oh. Okay, yeah. Oh. The only reason she was even able to kill me last time was because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
What if we're just a prior iteration of the narrator, and the narrator's at the end of his timeline, which has gone badly, so he needs us to focus and complete the job, so his timeline winds up being the bad timeline, and he makes an actual good timeline the way it's supposed to go?
Maybe it's her beauty that threatens
Shut
the
up.
world. Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
Oh. Who locked her in that basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is.
Plural?
It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
What if we're in like this Matrix type, like, plug-in hive mind shit, and this is just what they're showing us? This is the best I could do. It's a woods, and it leads directly to a cabin, and Nothing else can spawn, and if you walk too far, it's just the same thing over and over. You're being cagey. What aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
You know when you're a kid and you ask your parent why they need you to do something and they go, because I said so, or they go, because I'm the parent and I know better, and then the kid gets defiant for like seemingly no reason, but in reality, as a kid, you just want to know some sort of reason to justify it, so you feel like you're not being kicked around and you're actually doing something that's productive. That.
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only
Really?
person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Or if she's part of me, and the only person that can like physically get to her to kill her is me.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Right. God, I love Hero. He's so sweet. He's so cute.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Stop. Now that's condescending.
Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice.
It did feel pretty nice.
Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends.
Hey.
But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
Judas. That's all.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Cool. I'm with them. I'm going to find a way to save her from that cabin.
That's right, you can't stop all of us.
Haha. Ha.
We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does.
It might be if she ends the world.
Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Oh. That was for screenshot. I forget how to save. Is it Q for quick save? Well, I guess I will just be here. Let's leave.
Are we running away? What are you doing? We have to save her!
Shut up, Smitty.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Away. Huh. I like that one. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I am not going to the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
Yes.
It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Like Record of Ragnarok, losing battle, die. Dude, I like both of these. Fine. Good. Maybe everyone should die. That's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
Doubt.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Thank you.
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
That's a real Capricorn thing of you to say, you know that?
He's right, you know. At least about the universe bringing us back here. It's our destiny to save her from this place.
Smitty. You don't even know her. Man, why didn't he say it? I'm gonna keep going. Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now
The
that
music
you're
stopped.
making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Okay.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of
I don't like
familiar
this
wooden
music.
structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
That's terrifying. Am I a bird? Can I fly up?
Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Yay! I got 2 achievements for that. One of them was Nope, and the other one is You Died. To be continued, maybe. Alright. Oh. 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 Hello, I'm back. I guess I can go back here. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your
Smitty,
little
please.
game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
She ate her arm off.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
Thank you for steering me in the right path, hero.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
I do.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
was gonna say, at least there's no door opening sound, because
The
I didn't...
interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Wasn't the cabin made out of wood?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
This whole cabin's different than the last time.
Very different.
Yeah.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
Shut up.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Why is the mirror hanging on top of the tapestry? That doesn't seem feasible.
There's definitely a mirror.
Yeah.
There isn't.
I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
Unlikely.
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Why would you lie about that? What's the point?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
I am a burb. I'm gonna go to the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
I'm gonna wipe it clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
I'm becoming one with the stone.
But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
I mean, you can. I think it looks more rugged that way. Ow! Take the blade. No, I should keep going with not taking the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
It's a nice basement! What do you have against the basement?
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello?
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
Cringe.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far.
There you go.
We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Hero has the right mindset.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
Maybe I'm into that.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
She's so cute.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
Thank God.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
There you go. She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Cringe.
I was so worried about you. You remember me, right?
The music stopped. Oh. The damsel. Why did that scare me? I like how there's an unused chain over here on the other side. Like, they deemed her dangerous enough to have one chain, but now the second one was too much. Can we stab the damsel?
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I don't want to stab the damsel.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Please.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us again.
I really like Hero.
There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
Alright, let's go.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate...
Oh. Nope, that was the same thing. I didn't mean for it to super skip. Odin's back. Thank God. Odin, I was scared. Of the probably least scary ending out of all of them. Where do we go? Where do we go? Quick saves. This one?
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving.
No, I'm gonna go back to the main menu. I guess I have to restart. I should have saved it.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end...
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
That was sarcasm.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further.
Okay.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Got it.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save
Just go in. Yeah, I didn't remember the door sound from the first run around.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the blade is your implement.
I will take the blade.
You take the blade from the table.
Oh,
It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
the music stopped. I don't like this. Odin!
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Oh, she sounds angry.
She sounds dangerous.
There you go.
It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Odin, help! I'm scared. He left me.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Just checking in on you.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
God, Hero is me. I am hero.
Focus on the task at hand.
No.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Bingo bongo? What? No way. Nuh-uh. I like that one. Maybe I should save. How? I forgot the controls. About. Nope. I forgot how to quick save. There's a quick save. Nuh-uh.
Then drop the knife.
We should. It'll go a long way to building trust with her. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
True. Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
I'd like that.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
She looks not happy.
We'll be fine.
Thank you. That actually was calming. That was very calming. Oh.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Odin ditched me.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Okay, we've talked enough, dang. Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Oh, I like her. I've been told things, but I'm not sure what to believe.
Believe me.
She's checking her nails! Huh.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear?
Yes.
Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
So you know who they are, too. And nobody's willing to tell me? Oh, she looks sad. How long have you been down here?
Too long.
True. Fair.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Wow.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
There's people out there who think you're a threat to the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
Why not? We're about to kill her.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
Oh.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
I don't like that smile. I don't like that smile. No? And if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I'm inclined to trust them.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
She's so sweet.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
Jailbreak! I still have a few more questions before I decide what to do. No, I don't want to keep her waiting. I'll see what I can do.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
What?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any ideas?
Well, you do have that big, sharp knife. You could always cut me out of here.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
I didn't like that.
Is someone else here?
I guess I'll return.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
God, she's so pretty.
Easier for whom?
Right.
Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Okay, but should I save her or should I just stab her? Guess I'll quick save. I want to stab her.
Without hesitation, you
Oh,
bring
I'm
the
sorry.
blade down. The princess flinches as you strike and your weapon sinks into her shoulder.
I'm sorry.
You bastard. If I have to kill you to leave this place, I'll do it.
I mean,
Do you hear the conviction in her voice? Do you see that razor sharpness in her gaze? I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us.
she's a beast.
It's an act. She's unarmed and there's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure.
Right.
Don't waver now. As you raise your blade to strike again, she kicks out, knocking your legs out from under you.
Dang.
The two of you struggle on the ground. You lash out with the blade, slicing wherever you can. Her fists connect with your body again and again, each blow stronger than the last, shattering bone and rupturing tissue with reckless abandon.
Holy shit.
Forget trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Oh, hero. Alright, slay the princess. Oh, okay. Alright, slay the princess.
You roll out of her grasp and shakily push yourself back to your feet. Though every inch of you is in pain, the princess probably has it worse. Blood pours out from countless gashes, staining her once pristine dress. She pauses for a moment, catching her breath, staring at you with wild eyes. We can still turn this around.
Can we? How good are you at throwing? How good am I at throwing? Run for the stairs and lock her in the basement. Maybe she'll bleed out. God, there's so many things that I need to go back on. I'm gonna finish the job.
You steel your resolve and take another step towards the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? What was that about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now.
Technically, she's the only one standing.
Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
Two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun. You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
I hope not.
There it is again.
Oh,
That razor-sharp look in her eyes and the terrifying conviction in her words. But you don't have the time to worry over her words. Everything goes black, and you die.
The Adversary.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Okay, no. She's going to kill me again. This one. But I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again?
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear us. The only thing that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning.
Oh, Stubby.
That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill.
Let's go to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
I love this dude.
Are you sure about that?
Listen, don't question him.
The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Crystal. Let's just get on with it already.
Oh my god, he wants to fight and fuck, and that's all he wants to do. Maybe I shouldn't call him Stubby. It's kind of insulting.
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
It was made out of wood.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
What a sentence. The blade is your implement. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Doubt.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Oh, stop bickering and just get on with it. Who even cares if there's a mirror?
God, fine. I care about whether I'm being lied to.
As do I. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
I'm checking out the mirror again.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
How many times?
I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
But it was there a second ago.
Yeah.
And now it's gone, so all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
Woo! Get him. I guess we'll take the blade this time.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Basement. Dude, stone doors and everything.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
I'll be quiet.
Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
Mommy?
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Listen, I like it this way. Don't go against it, hero. Don't knock it till you try it.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
Right.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
Isn't that part of the slaying?
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
She's big. She's thick, boy.
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes.
God.
I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
Please. That always scares me. Look at how cute she is. I want her to step on me. I like that. I like her that way. I do. That was nice. She's pretty load game. From a quick save, I guess? Right? Here. Give up.
As the force of her blows overwhelms your body, the blade falls from your trembling
You didn't
hands,
sigh.
clattering uselessly to the cobblestones below. I suppose you just lacked the will to finish the job.
I thought it was rude.
The princess, wounded but still alive, stands to face you. She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you to the ground.
I mean, I did just ask her to step on me, so...
Her knee slides to your throat and your windpipe is crushed under weight you didn't think her frame could possibly possess.
All while still being chained up.
Pathetic.
Yes.
This is the end, isn't it?
Don't act like you're not happy about it, hero.
Everything goes black, and you die.
The tower.
You're on a path You're here to slay her.
Okay. Cabin time.
A warning before you go any further.
She will lie. She will cheat.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
He's just really subservient.
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
Right.
You're being annoying.
Hero. In this house we protect broken.
Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I
cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
Tell that to fucking Smitty.
I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter.
Right.
Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
I like those knuckleheads. They're my friends.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
You do, but you don't have a final say.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
It was wood!
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Why am I so small?
Why do we feel so small?
God damn it!
We don't feel small. We are small.
Yo, true. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
I'm really good at Kyle isn't here. He'd make fun of me for how much I say mirror and how wrong I say it each time.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse.
My guy.
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal.
Oh, thank you, narrator.
Probably. Do you not know what we look like?
He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
Please don't. I'd rather the princess kill us again than see how dreadful we are.
Well, I do agree with you.
I care less about what we look like and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
I want to look at the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You
God damn
reach
it.
forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Bird.
We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
Very true. Alrighty. I'm gonna take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I love the music in this one. It looks like a Magister's castle in Dragon Age. More stone doors.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
Smell of incest.
Huh. This is actually kind of nice.
They used to use this incense in, I used to go to church. A really strict church, like a Roman Catholic church, when I was little. And they used incense, and I can't remember. It was one of the things that was given to baby Jesus in that story when he was born. So I can't remember if it was frankincense or myrrh that the incense for the church is made from. But I love that smell. I used to think I hated it, when I was an altar server, but no, it's a good smell now. Really musky.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Stop making fun of her living conditions!
Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Oh,
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
yes, ma'am.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Oh my god, he is her bitch.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
He's brainwashed, dude.
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Alrighty.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
Should've just slid down on your butt.
The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. That isn't what she looked like last time.
I'm not complaining.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me.
Burp.
I wonder what he wants.
To see you?
You've brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Okay. Boo.
As if on command, the blade slips from your
What?
grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor.
I thought I tightened my grip.
But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
We're literally in her presence. I am in her presence more than any of you fucks. Damn it.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
I wasn't in it.
Kneel.
No?
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs
Oh.
buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
God damn.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
This is doing things to me in ways. So far, everything that I've gotten hasn't been scary at all. Which means... So I did the tower. What's this one? Save the princess?
Against your better
Oh, nope,
judgment,
I did that already.
you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
Oh, did I not?
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it, Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye.
Oh, she's angry this time.
How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Okay.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Oh, I'm sleeping in the hallway. How lot of good that does me when I'm terrified. Warn her, right? I'll just slay her?
You bring the blade down
Ooh.
and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. Okay. There's no going back now.
No, there's not.
Though the blade left a deep gash in her shoulder, she barely so much as flinches, turning around to stare at you incredulously.
Are you serious?
Yes?
I don't know what came over you, but if we're doing this, I guess I'll have to kill you.
Oh.
Do you think I need both of my arms to do that? I can beat you to death with one.
The one that's not attached to you anymore?
But I don't have to tell you that. I'll go ahead and show you.
Do you hear the conviction in her voice? Do you see that razor sharpness in her gaze? I don't think she's bluffing.
Alright, we haven't had this before. I should quick save. I'm going to slay her.
Thank you.
I got an achievement that said I tried so hard and got so far.
You swing your arm towards her throat, the blade singing through the air.
In the end...
But she's ready for it.
Fuck.
She grabs your arm, her grip like a stone vice.
God damn it.
You drop the blade, pathetically. She lets go, and faster than you can react, rears back and hits you with a bone-shattering haymaker.
She did not get me with the haymaker.
There's a ringing in your ears. You're fairly certain you can feel bone grinding against bone where she fractured your jaw, but your body isn't allowing you to feel much right now. Adrenaline coursing through your system and numbing your nerves. You fall to your knees. You're barely able to bring your trembling arms up to defend yourself before she hits you again. Every blow is as punishing as the first.
Oh my God.
You feel bones shatter with every impact, unknown ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere inside of you.
You poor thing. I'll go ahead and put you out of your misery.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground. Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess.
So I'm guessing this is a whole different route because it's not letting me
It
see
can't
it.
just end like this, right? I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
No, that just takes me to the tower. Oh! And it takes me back to the quick saves. Okay. No. I'll save, I guess, then? Since it's asking me to. Load. Load here. Yes, I already did the tower. Save the princess. Oh no, that's what I did.
Cut. No, we won't.
Okay. I'm going to warn her.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Damn.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Not gonna happen. Resist, resist, resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
I can't.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes.
Oh, thank you.
I'll make this quick.
Do you actually know how to kill me this time?
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
How cute.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
That?
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Damn.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
It was. The prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Oh, it's not letting me skip.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks?
Yes.
Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
Oh, skeptic.
I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
Alright, cabin time.
A warning before you go any further.
She will lie. She will cheat.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
He just wonk. Wink wonk.
Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink.
Hello, skeptic.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Don't talk about skeptic like that.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon.
Stone.
A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
Okay.
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alrighty. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
He definitely did not. Does the mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should.
There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Wow.
There's definitely a mirror.
Just lying to us.
There isn't.
I think you know what we have to do.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe it clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Stay frosty.
You take the blade from the table.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I should have saved before that. I really should be saving before I make decisions.
Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
True.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Dang.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us?
I hope so.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She
Three
looks up at
chains.
you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
Why'd she need 3? And why didn't she have 3 every other time? Also, why isn't one of the 3 the one that's broken on her left? Or our right, her left? I need to take a drink. So I wonder if that chain that's broken was actually for another prisoner that got out.
Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier.
That's a cheap shot. She looks so cute.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
So what if, since we can't remember and we keep looping, and we can't remember where we came from before the beginning of our timeline, and we keep looping, and the only other person that keeps looping with memory that we're looping is the princess? What if we were also chained up with the princess to bring the end of the world? And that's why we have to do this.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Music stopped. God, I love her. I'm so scared. It's always games that I'm really scared of. That no one's here to talk. Where can I load from?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh, she's angry.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
Yeah.
Do you hear the conviction in her voice? Do you see the razor sharpness in her gaze? I don't think she's bluffing. She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
I want to save. I should have just saved on top, but... I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Damn. Squint at the princess while holding onto the blade?
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back.
Oh my god, she's squinting back!
The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
Yes. Squint at the princess even harder.
You squint even harder. So does she.
Yeah.
At least nobody's dying right now.
Right.
You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
And it's gonna be you.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured.
Ooh, that sound was weird.
Holy shit, that hurts!
Yeah?
Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing.
She's armed alright.
Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit.
Hot.
We can still turn this around.
Okay. Flee.
Are you serious?
Yes!
It's a good idea. We've taken some bad hits, but we've dealt some too. She has to be feeling it more than we are. Let's regroup upstairs. If we're lucky, maybe she'll just bleed out.
Yeah.
Fine. You make a mad dash to the basement stairs, the princess's chains rattling as she tries to chase you, but pulling taut much too soon for her to catch up.
Do you really think you can just walk out of here?
Yes.
She steps towards you, ignoring her chains. They creak and strain as she pulls against them until finally they break. The links clatter to the floor, useless. She's free. Hurry.
Yeah?
You push your broken body as she closes in and just barely manage to pass the threshold of the basement doorway before she catches up to you.
That's terrifying.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing Jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door.
Okay.
It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
I skipped it. The sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door. And banging.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
Oh, why'd you say the word nightmare? You bitch.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Can I run?
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Alright. Jesus. Threaten me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience.
These aren't threats. These are promises. Sooner or later, you're going to have to sleep. And I'll make sure you never see the light of day again.
I'm not gonna sleep.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can
No.
and huddle up against the wall.
Narrator!
You jolt
Motherfucker.
awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
No.
You try and stumble to your
No.
feet, and as the princess draws near, it's as though your body
Odin!
suddenly stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Damn it.
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I
Are
have
you?
a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
Please don't.
She steps closer,
Oh,
one
cute.
silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Oh shit. That's a cool power.
Or maybe
She's so
I
cute.
can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
I got an achievement called Princess Souls.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
She's going to kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself.
You? Oh.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh! What if he hears us?
Oh, that's me, all right.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit! I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Alrighty. Cabin time.
A warning before you go any further.
She will lie. She will cheat.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
Yeah?
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Alright. I'm with the paranoid man.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
Taking away my little cursor.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
There are eyes watching me.
Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
Hey, when is a door not a door? When it's a jar. Okay.
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done.
I love how he says all of you, like he knows that I'm also freaking out.
So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
How could he know? This whole cabin is different than I remember it being.
Very different.
I'm not the only one who sees her in the window, right? She knows that we're here.
Yeah.
Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
You sure about that? It must be nice to not remember.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Okay. But you didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there.
What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
There's definitely a mirror.
There isn't. We have to look at it.
Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Sound logic.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
This really isn't funny.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Right. I guess I will... Now, I'm gonna save, because I think I should have been saving this whole time and taking the blade in certain sections. So I don't think I need to go back there. I mean, technically... There. Now, save first. I'll take the blade first, and then I'll come back and
You reach
take the
down
blade.
and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
Yeah.
The blade is... Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
True. Basement time.
You cross over the threshold
are those
and
eyes?
onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness.
I have vertigo. This might be a bad time to tell you.
More eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes.
He doesn't.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
You can't get over that, can you?
Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
But in reality, having something that's constant go across all of the routes is pretty cool.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and
I
I.
don't think I had a choice.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
How hard is it to throw a knife?
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless.
If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place.
It'll be enough.
That's reassuring, actually. Step off into the void? What?
Attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
That I'd fall? I don't know. Falling into an infinite void seemed better than going downstairs and dying. I'm just scared.
How would falling into an infinite void be better than anything? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones, visible against the inky black of the basement, mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Yeah.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
Well, yeah, because you're not here physically.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
I'm sorry.
Please stop saying that.
Protect him.
You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
I don't like that. Go back the way you came.
You turn back to the stairs, only to find that they aren't there.
Wow.
A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are.
No.
I told you I was going to find
Please.
you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
Is it?
There has to be a way out of this. Think!
Unless down the line we can eventually also come back as a specter. Or not a specter, she's not a specter. Nightmare. I don't think so.
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
God, I love her though. I don't like that. This is a series of me dying. To women that are both hot and scary. Alright, load back to quick save to this. Does it matter what direction I take? I'll do nothing?
You decide it's best to do nothing.
It's always best to do nothing.
There you are.
Is it the same thing?
I told you I was going to.
Yeah, okay. It's probably going to be the same thing all the way across. I guess this, right? And not bring the knife?
We should have taken the knife again. I don't think she's going to take an olive branch. We need something sharper.
We can't get her with the knife anyway. It'll be fine. Oh, is Hero not going to talk? I guess we'll just have to trust that we made the right call. It'll always be here if we need it. You know we can't go back.
You cross over the threshold.
Okay. How hard is it to throw a knife?
You're joking, right? You didn't even bring the knife.
I'm just asking. We could go back.
Should we go back for it?
Yeah.
Can we even go back for it?
Maybe?
You briefly turn back. Where there once was an entrance to the cabin, now there are only more stairs. That's not right.
Oh my god, it's just House of Leaves.
I guess the only way out of this place is through it.
to talk to her.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway.
You don't know that?
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended.
Oh.
You turn to the right.
Okay.
A faintly outlined path lies before you.
Okay.
There you
No.
are. I told you I was going to find you.
No, she didn't say it. She didn't say it. No little knife this time. It's almost like you want me to get you.
There has to be a way out of this. Think.
There's not, buddy. I'm sorry. God, that scares me. Just the sound scares me. Alright. Tower, we brought the
You're on a
knife,
path
so now we
in the
won't buy the knife. Won't bring the knife. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning.
She will lie.
If that's what you want.
She will cheat. Oh, I don't like that sound. Enter the
No
basement.
blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed.
That's a heavy dose of copium, hero.
Blade, no blade. It doesn't matter.
He's right. And we've gone through all this, right? Oh, you shouldn't have come down here
We
unarmed.
need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see.
Oh. Down the steps we go.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
Oh my god, look at her.
That isn't what she looked like last time.
Nope, last time she looked like a nightmare.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
After finding out she can rip the shit out of the wall, I don't care about the chains anymore. They're nothing.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
To show you that I didn't bring a knife?
I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet.
Yeah? Did I get brownie
And more
points?
than a little disappointing.
God damn it.
She's disappointed in us?
I know, I'm just as sad.
Kneel.
Yes.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
And I love that she has a pet name for us. Okay. I'm just gonna start from scratch again. Cabin.
That's the spirit.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're proud of me, Dad. So take the blades.
You take the blade from the table.
Okay.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Imagine having somebody walk in and be like, "Hey, I think I'm here to kill you."
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
I'm a hero. Okay.
You walk down the stairs, and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Yeah, it wasn't a joke. Or I guess I should save, right? I'll save over the tower, since we did the tower already. And then return, and then, yeah, it wasn't a joke.
I know. You brought a knife with you and everything.
I did!
And you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
No, not this
She
time.
makes a compelling point.
No.
What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I mean, you're right, but... I'm gonna drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands.
I've already done
drops
this.
to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
A relationship. Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Disappointing. How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Woo! I still don't
Her sharp
understand
eyes settle on the edge of the blade.
why she doesn't cut it off at the wrist.
She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is.
I'm here because you're going to end the world?
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I
What are
don't
you
want to
going to
hurt
do if
anyone.
I let you out of here?
I like...
Princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Perfect life.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
Very true.
That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
Yeah.
She has a point.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
Very true.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Damn!
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
That's a good
She's
question.
wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
I've done that. How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Alright, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
Well, don't be so snarky.
You know why you're here.
That was the nightmare one, though, wasn't it? Have I done that before? Oh! You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle. Damn!
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
Holy shit.
We shouldn't have hesitated.
Yeah.
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
God.
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
Sorry.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs. This is the end, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm afraid it is.
No.
Everything goes black, and you die.
Oh, so this is the tower.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path,
Load. Yes.
you step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
I have a knife.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
I'm going to see, I guess. Right? There. Yes. And back. What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us?
You go into this expecting to die. You're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Okay, fine. Fine then. I guess we're at an impasse.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already.
You stay out of this.
Or drop the blade. Do something.
Alright, hero. Stare at the princess while holding onto the blade.
You stare at the princess, squinting fiercely.
Yay.
She squints back. The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you?
Yes.
You'll have to blink eventually. Just make a choice.
Oh, he's more angry than last time I had the squinting contest. I'll drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
I hope this is the right path.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed.
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
Hero. Alright, we talked enough.
Oh? Have you decided what to do with me?
Should I just kill you? God damn
Charge
it!
the princess, blade trembling.
We've done this already. Why'd I do that? Yes. I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Fine then, I guess we're at an impasse. Are you sure you
Yeah.
don't want to talk?
I'm sure.
Oh.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here. Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your...
Damn it. Finish the job?
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
So this will do the adversary, right?
Oh,
The two of you fall to the floor.
this was fun.
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
Yeah, I think this is the adversary.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
No.
There it is again. But you don't have the time to worry over such things.
Okay. So I have
You're on a path in the wood.
to do the adversary, but I don't remember if I brought the knife or not.
A warning, she will lie.
She will cheat. She will be thick as fuck and have a demon tail.
The cabin is tighter than its...
Alrighty. Fuck, I don't remember if I took... Yeah, I want to rewrite the save. Return. I don't think I... No, I did take
No
the
knife
blade.
this time. Right then, fisticuffs it is. Probably more fair to her anyway. Wouldn't want to feel like we cheated our way to a win.
Alright, cool. This isn't what I picked.
As long as you can still get the job done. And don't forget that the blade is waiting for you upstairs if you happen to change your mind.
Thanks, Dad.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Alright, so I've been here before. But no little knife this time, huh?
No, I hope you're not just here to chat. I've been itching for a rematch.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Okay. Alright. Are you sure she's not armed?
I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Right.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Drop the blade?
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands
I've done this
and
already.
drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
No.
You're lying.
How does she know that?
Don't think that just because I'm the one in chains, it means you have a right to interrogate me.
I do, actually. I think we've talked enough.
Oh? Have you?
This just leads to nightmare, doesn't it? I'm going to keep you locked away down here. At least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help.
Okay.
And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
Alrighty. Threats
You have
were...
to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
The fucking last one. Quick save. I made my choice. I'm locking her in the basement.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
Oh.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Is it
Slip
not the
these
nightmare?
chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
She's not.
Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
Ooh, save here. That's a good one. No, we're sticking to the plan and locking her down here.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way.
I will.
You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there.
Okay, that's, Oh. Would that change what she is? So all of that was just an act, wasn't it? You're not really innocent or harmless. You're not even a princess. You're a monster.
I can be innocent and harmless, if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
Okay, so back to the nightmare. So we don't want to do the nightmare. We did all of that. I made my choice. I'm locking her in the basement.
I know you think this is a...
It is the right thing. Oh, that's a relief. I was afraid I'd already committed to not slaying her.
It's never too late to do the right thing. Now hurry.
That's kind of weird, talking about killing someone.
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you in the neck.
I got an achievement that says manifesting a gun for my enemy to kill me with.
Blood sprays from the cut, your severed carotid artery painting the princess with strokes of red. You better finish your task quickly
Jesus
before you
Christ.
run out of time.
Just die. Just fucking die. Oh, I can't. Okay. I'm just gonna die.
Are you serious?
Yes!
The wound in your neck is too much for you to bear, and you collapse to the floor of the basement, rapidly bleeding out.
Yay!
The princess stands over you with an intense curiosity as you fade away.
Oops.
Oh, sharp teeth.
Everything goes black, and you die.
The razor!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
And in the
basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Okay.
If you don't,
Oh.
it will be the end of the world.
Deja vu already happened. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning. before you go any further.
Okay. She will lie.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. No, we can't go in there. Do either of you feel sick? Because I feel sick just thinking about that place. We're going to die again, and I bet it's going to hurt.
Man, you sound like my anxiety.
It's good to be careful, but you're really not helping with all that talk about death and dying.
Right.
Agreed. Just ignore that clown and stay focused.
Dang. I will proceed.
The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Love how the mirror is just normal.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror.
Yeah.
There isn't.
There is. Oh. Can you two stop arguing? It's stressful enough in here without all of this noise. Very true. You're right. It doesn't matter. But I want to approach the mirror.
But it does matter. Don't you care if we're being lied to?
Yeah, I kind of
If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he?
No, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
I'm not lying.
It's
to
gone!
You. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
That's racist against birds.
But there was a mirror a second ago.
There was.
And now it's gone. For the love of everything, can we just get this over with already? All this waiting is killing me.
Not as much as she'll be killing us. I need to save. I wanna save eventually. It's the nightmare. I'm done with her. I know I have more save slots, but I put too many and I'll lose track. So I'll take the blade first.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Razor versus razor.
Okay. Holding it feels a little better.
I'm glad.
Maybe we can make it through this.
Let's go. Come on, Flinch.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall.
The schlats. Now, looking at that though makes me feel like I'm going to get a splinter.
The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Like putting her out of her misery?
Scraping? She's not even trying to hide her knife.
No, she's not.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
Grating.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
Is something wrong with that voice? I can hear her bloodlust.
I'm pretty sure half of the other iterations of her have bloodlust, buddy.
As you descend the
She's
final
so
step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Finally, somebody, quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
We're not falling for it. She's tricking us. Can't you hear that threatening edge to her voice? She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down. Then it'll all happen again. If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
The music stopped. Fuck, that scared me. The razor. Okay, alright. Back to the razor. And we're not going to take our knife.
Are we really doing this without a weapon? You know she has one, right?
She is one.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source. We're not falling for it. She's tricking us. Can't you hear that threatening edge to her voice? She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down. Then it'll all happen again. If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Oh, nothing changed. God damn it. Okay. Alright, now. So we did... Actually, are we able to see? No, we're not able to see who we've gotten. So I don't need to load her. That sounds really wrong. I can start from scratch. Yeah, which one's this? Oh, that's an autosave. No, let's go back. Let's go to return. Oh, no. No, you're not getting away from me. Main menu. Alright, so I'll start a new one.
You're on a path.
Okay. Silently continue to the cabin. Now I went by my
You make your
lonesome
way up
walk.
the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Alright. Cool. What if we just don't say anything? Don't say anything and
The
kill her.
interior of the cabin is almost...
Save here. Because we already did the razor. Yes. And then return. So we're going to do a no talk run.
You take the blade from the table.
Enter the basement. Not say a thing to her.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
There you go. Steal your nerves and step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
I'm not going to talk to you, lady.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason.
So I already saved back there. I'm gonna just slay her.
You lunge forward
Oh!
without a moment's hesitation.
She looks so sad and scared.
You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her
I'm
heart.
sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
There it is again. That razor-sharp look in her eyes and the terrifying conviction in her words. Yes,
She's dead.
even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
I'm gonna quick save. Of course it is. She's dead.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
Oh,
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
okay.
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
Because we have.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Right. Leave?
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of space. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I doubt that. I'll do page 2. I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
I don't like that.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
I swear, I'm part of the princess. We are one and the same person, split in two. And you're ridding the world of her because she's more powerful. And then you're keeping me here because you don't want me to go back to the world.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Sorry, I would have worked with hungies. You're fine? No, you're fine. I have to put my big girl pants on.
Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
I really don't want to. Save here. And return. Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
I hate disagreeing with Hero. No, we're happy. I'm sure of it.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess.
Got it. I feel bad going against Hero. Bork. Odin is sleeping in the hallway. Which is funny, because I was asking for him to come in here for moral support, and he is refusing to come into the room, so...
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Woo! We did it! There being a to be continued on the good ending gives me hope that we'll be able to, like, fight a god or something. Loading the game. I'll go back here. Hell no. Do you have any idea how to get us the hell out of here?
I do, but you're probably not going to like it.
Alright, lay it on me.
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Oh.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
Don't talk to the voice like that, only I can call them my little voice.
He's right. It's the only way out.
You're right.
Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you, It wants this wonderful place to end.
It wants what's best for me.
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it.
Yeah.
Don't you dare.
You're not my dad. Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
Don't pit me against Hero. I love him. You better be right. I'd be pretty upset if we die.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want.
Bet.
I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate.
Now he's name-calling.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Shut up. Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to...
But I killed myself. What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
Tyrex said, on the way back home, I brought some alcohol and now I'm just vibing. Good, I'm glad. What kind of alcohol did you buy? We had a cigar and some whiskey before I streamed. It was a really nice, chill time. Spiked lemonade, fuck yeah!
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she won't be a problem.
I love this man.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air.
Soft odor of
Cobwebs
dirt.
flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Yeah. I'm gonna save here, and I'm going to load this one again. Oh wait, is that not the right one to load? Load this one. Yeah. There you go. That's bullshit. Let me out of here.
What's done is done, and there's no going back now. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't.
Okay. Alright, that doesn't change anything. I'm gonna go back and see if the okay does anything.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind. This is what's best for everyone. What a relief.
Oh.
I suppose we've got all the time in the world for you to change your mind.
More happy time passes.
Okay. Then I will load back to the end of the Spectre. Alright, so I'm going to... approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Yeah.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Alrighty. So I'll take the blade first.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
And enter.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Oh, gosh darn it. You can't say that again.
The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see.
Yeah.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead.
Yeah.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your
Baby.
thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin.
She's so cute!
And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
Ghost!
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
She's so cute.
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller.
No.
I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
She called us killer.
Like how you murdered me.
Oh, well, not as cute there. And then I guess I'll load it and take the knife, even though I don't know if I need the knife.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
And basement.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell.
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. Like how you murdered me?
I don't know if bringing the knife mattered. It didn't. Well, I guess that route's done. Let's start from go. Go to the cabin. Silently continue.
You make your way up.
Go to the cabin. I feel like we still have...
The interior of the
3.
cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust.
I guess I won't take the knife this time.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Okay. Just checking in on you.
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
Let's talk first.
Okay.
So I think we... Ugh, I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. I need to save this. There we go. Because I don't think I've done that one. Have I? Go upstairs and retrieve the blade without saying another word. Or we can keep her locked away. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I think I already did this. Oh, I didn't.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Yeah.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she...
So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
Yeah.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help.
Okay.
But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
So this is a path that I haven't gone down yet. I'm going to save. Save here. Okay. I'm gonna lock you in the basement.
I know you think this is some kind of fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work if we just stay here and keep watch. No one has to die.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
Oh.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way back to the stairs.
Okay.
Fine. Turn your back on me. But it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip
Dang.
these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. Do you hear the...
Either way, she dropped the
So I
mask.
still haven't done
didn't she?
this.
You can still grab the blade and get back down here.
I guess. That's a relief. I was afraid I'd already committed to not
It's never
slaying
too
her.
late to do the right thing. Now hurry. You rush up to the first floor,
Okay,
grabbing
I haven't
the blade,
done this.
both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all.
We do, hero.
You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet.
Uh-oh.
Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall, and she is nowhere to be seen.
I don't like that.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
It kind of did, didn't it? Hello?
Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
I'm not into that. Should I do that? She's lost an arm. I'm locking her down here and letting her bleed out.
This is a dangerous play. Who's to say she'll actually succumb to her wounds?
Welcome to stream. Smash your past tier list for this game will be absolutely wild. Yes, smash almost all of them except for the voice of the smitten. That's it. That's my list.
She doesn't have a weapon, and she's missing an arm. You can finish this right here, right now.
But I'm hyped for more fan art and more. I'm just hyped for more people to learn about this game. It's so good. Knock her away. Stay here for a while. Make sure she's dead. You're right. Let's finish this. Maybe this is where I should save? Because this seems like an important crossroad too. Tell you what. I'll even stay here for a while to make sure she's dead.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
Oh, is this the nightmare again?
Okay,
It can't be.
we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing Jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier.
Why, what's your smash or pass tier list for this? Well, I guess you said tier list, so technically I should rank them, but I would have to have the list in front of me.
You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there.
Oh, this is the nightmare. Ha! Ha! Bang on the door all you want. It'll only make you bleed out faster.
Do you think losing an arm is actually enough to do me in? I can always find another.
What does that mean?
Not as frail as you think.
Where will you find another arm, ma'am?
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
I don't know who can sleep through that. Don't bonk me. I'm right.
Jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Where is she? Where is she? Where is my...
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Does she have a solid hand and the rest of her is a specter? That's awesome.
You try and stumble to your feet, but
What
as the
the
princess
fuck? That's
draws
so
near,
cool.
it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course.
We've done this
So
already though, right?
helpless. I could,
She steps closer. One step.
or maybe, what a shame. If you
Your lungs stop drawing.
Oh, so it takes me back to the nightmare. There's no way that's the nightmare. There's no way that should take me back to the nightmare. So, I locked her away. Oh. I guess this one is the only one that I haven't done yet then? Whatever you are, you're not a princess. Go ahead and waste your energy. I'll be waiting for you.
I wouldn't be so sure about outlasting you. You're so brittle. So go ahead, rest, do whatever you think will help you be prepared. But know that I'm coming for you, and that when I find you, I will make you hurt.
Is that a promise?
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
So how many princesses have we seen so far? Let me get the knocking out of the way.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
I believe I have 3 more, and that's including the one that I'm on now. We've done the Damsel, the Prisoner, the Tower, the Razor, the Adversary, the... Oh, there's more. The Spectre. The Nightmare. Is that it? I think so, right? So I should only have this one that I'm on now. I don't know which one it is. And then I should have 3. Well, I got jump scared by an ad right as I asked that question. That's Twitch for you. So princess count. Okay, yeah, so that's my count. I did Damsel, Prisoner, Tower, Adversary, Spectre, Nightmare, Razor. Yeah.
Where is she?
I know there's one I really like and really creeps me out, and I haven't gotten it yet. So I don't know if it's... I don't think it's this one, but we'll see.
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Is this also
You try and stumble
The
to your
specter?
feet as the prince...
or the nightmare? God damn. There's something I'm not doing right. I think I got a clue what it takes. Let me finish this first. Let me see if that does anything. You're right. Let's finish this.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her.
The arm with the ghost though was cool.
Where is she?
Nice touch. Investigate the arm.
As you step
Oh.
towards the severed limb, you hear the pattering of feet behind you, soft against the basement floor, then loud and desperate against the stairs.
I feel like if I were a princess locked away in a basement, whether I'm an eldritch horror or just a normal girl or assassin, any of those things, a mythical beast, I would take my heels off when I'm sitting on the hard stone floor of a basement. Why would you keep your heels on?
You turn to chase after the princess, but she's fast and has too much of a lead.
I'm sure it's like part of her. Like not part of her, but I'm sure it comes with the package, and her being like this weird monster amalgamation thing. The heels don't matter. They're not like a normal person wearing heels where it would obstruct them from running, but you know.
She slams the door behind her before you can make it to the top of the stairs.
Damn.
The lock clicks into place.
Damn.
No!
Thanks for letting me out. I'd return the favor, but I think we both know that I can't trust you to let me stay free.
With those parting words, the princess walks away, her quiet footsteps eventually fading as she leaves you and the cabin to rot.
All that narration,
You're
and you
stuck.
couldn't narrate
Alone.
that she was going to run up the steps before she actually ran up the
Can't
steps.
just end like this, right?
everything goes dark, and you die.
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over.
See, sometimes the narrator's really nice.
You don't know how much time passes before the end, but eventually it comes. The world ends, and you end with it.
Oh. The witch! I haven't gotten this.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Alrighty. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything. Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
Aww! I love him! Thank you, Op.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
I saw them moving and I thought it was like flesh walls, and I got really creeped out. The voice of the precious bean. The hero is my favorite voice right now. I love him. I do.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Ooh, this theme's really nice. I have listened to the whole album, and there are some that I picked out that I like more than others, but this, the witch's theme, is so nice. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the muddy shelf, the blade sitting on the muddy shelf, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Stubborn is so great. I think I agreed with him the most. Stubborn was the one that was like primal, right? Like fight and fucking kind of thing. He was with the Adversary. I liked him a lot. Tally ho. He was the one that said fisticuffs. Awesome.
There's definitely a mirror.
There is.
But he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right?
Don't you take his side. I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
Oh, I'm sure we look great. If only there was some sort of reflective surface we could examine. Absolute shame there isn't anything like that around here.
Sir.
You do see it, right? I don't know how to read you. I see all sorts of things.
My God.
But do you see the mirror? It's a simple yes or no question. Help me out here, will you?
Me?
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
It would show the player if I had a fat ass or not, so that I could swoon the princess in my favor. Just gotta pop it out. Flaunt what I got. I'm gonna approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
I'ma touch it.
This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right
This
now.
poor dude.
Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
You kiss ass. Save me. There you go. I'm gonna take the blade first.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would, well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
That's true.
That's not actually a bad idea.
Into the basement we go!
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair.
So cool.
The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
That's not ominous.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Bro, you know what's creepy? When you hear noises behind you in the room that you're in, and you turn around and there's nothing there.
Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Oh, I love her. I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing.
But what if it was a princess behind you? Imagine the benefits. Depends on which princess.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
Dang.
She must have you confused with someone else.
Yeah, totally.
She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
Oh boy.
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
Sure.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
Roasted.
You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess.
That's politics, buddy. Just let us sit here and talk.
Fine, fine. You're the boss.
Vine boom. Very much so.
Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
Look at those feetsies.
A fire crackles in the center of the room, casting unsettling shadows across the dirt walls. The princess...
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
Toe beans. And the tail. She's like a little tiefling.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
She's magic.
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
Oh my god! Is that why her voice is like that? I didn't think I'd like the witch as much as I have now discovered I like her. Oh no, she's hot! It kinda is though. Alright, I'm gonna go without the
No
blade.
blade. Hope you know what you're getting us into.
Hero, have I steered you wrong before?
It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time.
See, I like this guy. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Back. Back, back.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a stair. The weak starlight from the air smells. Her voice skips.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs.
Hello?
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path.
You think
She
my
must have you
footsteps are
confused
little?
with someone else. She seems friendly. You can't. Look, I'm just throwing... Do you want to hear what everyone has? You need to stop. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you.
Yay!
You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. A fire crackles in the center of the room.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
Oh, I love her. Alright, I think I have two more. I have two more. Was it here? Yes. Alright, so
Your
finish
eyes
it.
dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her.
Where is she?
I'm gonna close the door.
You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
Damn.
This isn't right. Where is she?
I'll wait.
Oh, do you want to play a waiting game? I've been down here a long, long time. I'm very good at waiting.
You do your best to patiently wait her out, but eventually, exhaustion starts to set in.
My best isn't good enough.
Come on, wake up. We can't fall asleep down here.
Why would I venture into the shadows? I'm gonna
You
keep
wait
waiting.
for as long as you can, pushing yourself to stay awake and stay vigilant. But you can't outwait someone who's been waiting for as long as she remembers.
Oh.
You barely even realize that you've started to drift off.
She's gonna come for my throat, isn't she?
Pain tears you from your sleep. The princess is upon you, ripping into your flesh, unnaturally sharp teeth and claws severing arteries and digging into organs. There's nothing to be done. You're already half gone.
Yeah.
It can't just end like this. Right?
Down, girl.
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over.
Everything goes dark.
Everything goes dark,
And you die.
and you die.
God, it's such a good line.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her.
Proceed to cabin. No. Get the spray bottle.
A warning before you go any further.
That would work for the witch too. Little tiefling cat-like thing.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature?
Hunted.
I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered.
She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell.
Alright.
That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously.
Maybe.
I like his soft voice too.
The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
At least it looks like a cabin inside. Some of the other ones, man, they were like pristine stone inside and...
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror.
There isn't. What a strange thing to lie about. Maybe he doesn't see it.
Why would you lie about that? What's the point?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
I'm gonna approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Your hero's going psychotic. Getting told that there's no mirror in all of these versions.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone.
Mm-hmm. God, his doom and gloom voice is really nice. Alright, so we did that, so I'm gonna save. So then I'll do the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes.
One piece.
The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
Oh.
I can smell you.
She sounds almost feral,
Hot.
impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs.
The Hunted sounds like a terrified David Attenborough. Oh.
The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness.
So if this is the princess that well, that's the beast. Which means the last one that I'm going to do is the one that I'm most afraid of.
The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. A chain rattles in the underbrush, and as its links drag across the floor, you see pieces of her move in and out of the shadows. Remember, she's just a princess. She is certainly not just a princess.
I love Hero. But she's so friend-shaped. Oh, probably my favorite princess, but also the one I'm most scared of.
You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does.
Actually, yeah, I think she's my favorite princess.
She emerges,
Ooh.
her shining eyes and glistening claws visible in the gloom, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
That's so cute. Look at the eyes. And then I just have to go down again. Damn, almost every princess has called it little. Listen, it's big for what it's used for. It's not the size, it's what you do with it. And I've only actually killed her once with it, so technically I'm not doing much with it. But, however.
No blade. Do you think we can talk our way out of this? I don't think she wants to talk.
What does it mean when we go down without a blade? Does that mean we have the innie?
I guess we'll just have to trust that we made the right call. It'll still be here if we need it.
Why did I say that like I'm a 5-year-old?
The door to the basement creaks open, the air seeping up from below. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
I wonder if it feels like a rainforest cafe
She sounds
in there.
almost feral, impatient, or maybe eager.
I think she'll make holes in you either way. More to love. Just more holes.
You carefully
More the
make your
better.
way down the stairs.
Some people only get 2.
The last step gives way to the damp earth. The jungle
Oh.
is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. A chain rattles in the underbrush, and as its links, remember, she's just a princess. She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping.
I love the
It doesn't
hero.
matter what she is. It only matters what she does.
See, it doesn't matter what it is, it matters how you use it.
She emerges, her shining eyes and glistening claws visible in the gloom, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified.
I keep looking at her teeth.
I'm so much more than you.
Because it looks like her, because the way that the animations are, the slight animations on all the art, it looks like her jaw's going, It's cute. Oh, she's so pretty. Okay. Last one, and I think I know how to get it. Because I reset. The first thing I did was leave. And instead of...
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
And I just never came back.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, so I'm going to leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Okay, fine, you're persistent. I'll go to the cabin and I'll slay the princess. Ugh. Okay, fine. I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to the princess. Maybe I'll slay her. Maybe I won't. Guess we'll see. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. Nope. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I am not going to the cabin. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk in the opposite direction now. Quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Huh. Which one would I actually say? I guess either of these. This one. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I am not going to the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes, he does. I love him.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
That's a good thing I didn't ask. You're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that.
Then you kill her.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Thank you.
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normal.
Oh, sorry, done that. Oh, yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Yay!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Is this art different than what it normally is? I don't remember there being a wall over there. Maybe I'm just crazy. Also, I'm really scared of this princess. If there's anybody in chat that's not lurking, can you talk? I'm sorry, please.
You're here to slay her.
I'm sure you're
If you
imagining
don't,
things.
it will be the end of the world.
Don't gaslight gatekeep girl boss me. Ew. Oh my god, yay! Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
Contrarian, that's me.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day.
There sure is, buddy.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
Voice of the Redditor.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
But I can slay her with that attitude. That doesn't really work. If it's the same word. It's the same word. You aren't kidding. She actually ended the world this time, didn't she? What the hell is she?
Last I checked, there wasn't any last time. We've just met, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
Fuck yeah.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
This already happened? This already happened. Yep, okay. Heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely going to slay that princess. Maybe I should save. I want to be sarcastic.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you.
Can you see the quotation marks around what I say also?
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I'm not ready.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Yeah.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind. The interior of the cabin is odd, the air smelling faintly of plastic, the wood of the walls fitting together at uncomfortable angles. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
I'm not ready.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Don't do this to me. Don't you stare at me.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? I, for one, would rather have it. We don't really know what we're dealing with here.
God, Hero, your accent's just getting gruffer. Whew.
I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
There's definitely a mirror.
There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Mm-hmm. I also want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
We shouldn't waste time preening. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be important.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
I heard they want to do a late summer release. I can't wait. I can't wait either. I'm so excited.
So we're all in agreement then. We're looking.
Yeah.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
This really isn't funny.
You reach forward and
Poor
rub your
Hero.
hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Tell him. Save. 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 I wonder if I'm missing any achievements.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that.
What do you mean I shouldn't hold it like that?
Then how are we supposed to hold it?
Oh, wait. I'm gonna show my little dude. I gotta show my cursor. Yeah.
The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom.
Thumb at the bottom. Thumb at the bottom. Fuck yeah, I love this guy. I do too. He's so sweet.
It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
I'm so dumb. I want to hold the blade the other way.
Switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yes! Isn't this so much better?
It is.
Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better.
Woo!
It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Oh no. I have to. I have to.
Haha! Yes! Do it!
Yeet.
You throw the blade at the window, the glass shattering as it flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without a weapon.
Yay!
Can't believe you actually did it.
Yeah. Live life on the edge.
We'll be fine, don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that.
He's right, actually.
What's done is done. Good luck, hero.
Thank you, narrator. I don't wanna. I'm actually scared. Maybe if I like. Okay.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase built from an unidentifiable and featureless material. The steps barely seem to fit together, and upon closer inspection, they barely seem to go anywhere at all, let alone down.
You know, it's the voices that really tie it together.
The air here has an almost artificial quality to it, the scent of plastic from the cabin mingling with a cocktail of chemical odours. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
I'm not ready.
Her voice carries up the stairs, its multitonal lilt adding to the already uneasy atmosphere.
Hello. Is someone there?
God, it's so creepy, but it's good. I know.
This isn't what I expected her to sound like. What is she?
Well, she's not a princess, that's for sure.
She can still be a princess.
She is a princess. Don't let your imagination run wild.
What the hell are you? Sure, why not?
We're a princess, but we can also be a friend.
It's the smiley face that does it for me, man. Look at it, it's so cute.
It takes you a moment to orient yourself before you're able to
I don't want to
start
move
moving
forward. I'm scared.
As you enter the next room, the form of the princess comes into view, her wrist bound to the far wall in heavy shackles. She locks eyes with you, one moving a little faster than the other, the loose skin of her face stretching into something resembling a smile. Holy shit.
God, hero.
If we knew she'd be like this, maybe we wouldn't have tossed that knife out the window.
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't have. She's so cute.
Why are you just standing there? Are you scared of us?
The face from this far away looks like a pug, where its eyes are going two different ways. Adorable. You know, though, from seeing other people handling the game, a very specific other person handling the game, I kind of expected the cutesy one. I guess I'll take the blade this time.
You
and
take
not
the
be
blade
difficult.
from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that.
Thank you for matching your emotes to the princess as she spoke. That's very cute, actually. It's really cute.
Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
I probably would have been more scared of her if she was in the other form. I'm gonna hold the blade the other way.
Switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Yes! Isn't this so much better?
Yeah, I can't say no to him.
Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
I won't throw it this time.
The door to the basement. The air here has an almost... Her voice carries up the stairs, its multi-tonal lilt adding
Everybody
to the
together
already uneasy
now.
atmosphere.
Hi, is someone there?
This
It is
isn't
so
what
good.
I expected
It's so
her to sound
good.
like. Well, she's not a princess. She is a princess. Don't let...
I'll do this one. Hey, I think I'm here to kill you?
No, you shouldn't do that. Why would you hurt us when we can just be friends?
Oh, you know what the sing-songiness reminds me of? Was it a core? Is that what they were called? From Portal 2? Either one of the cores or the turrets. Where they like kind of sing-songed what they said.
It takes you a moment to orient yourself before you're able to start moving forward. As you enter the next room, the form of the princess comes into view, her wrist bound to the far wall in heavy shackles.
She has some weird leggies too.
She locks
I didn't
eyes
even
with
notice
you,
that.
one moving a little faster than the other, the loose skin of her face stretching
The
into
voice
something
actor Nicole
resembling
says
a
she
smile.
thinks she had the turrets in mind when she did this part. That's what it is. The "Are you still there?"
Holy shit.
Me and my siblings used to, or me and my brother used to talk like the turrets at each other.
I don't know about you, but I'm sure glad we took that knife with us. I can't believe someone suggested you toss it out the window. Can you imagine?
The nerve of some people to suggest that we get rid of our knife, our protection. Your favorite's the tower? I can imagine being like, kneel. Fuck. That's good.
Why are you just standing there? Are you scared of us?
I like how they talk in the plural too, so you already know that they're messed up. I'll have you know I didn't look at the screen either of those times. Woo! They did great. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the full release. And I'm glad I actually played it before the full release. We stan our cowardly streamers. That's me! That's me! I am a cowardly streamer. I really am. That was really good though. God, it's so creepy, but it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, anybody who hasn't played Slay the Princess yet, play the demo. It's out now for free. It should be coming out possibly in the summer 2023, but they did say 2023, so at least sometime this year. There is Scarlet Hollow as well. I will be playing that on stream in the near future. I think I'm going to wait until I'm done Hollow Knight to play that, because that should be a little longer than one stream. So I'll wait till I'm done Hollow Knight, and then I'll... I didn't realize it went through all the songs. That's so pretty. But yes, I will be playing Scarlet Hollow soon. I do want to finish Hollow Knight first, and I'm excited to actually continue playing it along with BBS, because this is what I've been waiting for forever. And of course, when Slay the Princess comes out for full release, I will be playing that on stream too. I love it too much to not. Get ready for me crying and screaming into the mic then too. And I think that's it. If anybody's not following, give a follow. It's 100% free. It lets you know when I'm streaming next. If you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord, ! Discord in the chat. Get you to that where we talk about anime, memes, and games. And if you want to see when I am going to stream, your best bet is to either be on the Discord or ! Twitter, where I update when I'm going to stream every time I stream, along with the VODs that are put up. I put that on my Twitter as well, along with retweeting about anime and games and dumb crap. I was going to say shit and crap, and I got tongue-tied. ! YouTube gets you to the YouTube channel. Subscribe is also free, and it lets you know when old edited VODs are up. The VOD for the Bleach opening tier list just went up, and I'm pretty proud of it for how scuffed the actual VOD was from the stream. So go check that out. Leave a like, leave a follow, leave a comment. Even if it's just ooh woo, well, just leave the comment. It will make me smile, I promise. After being so frazzled over scary princess lady, it will make my day. And I think that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you all have a good night, get some sleep, and wake up well rested tomorrow. See ya!